Welcome from the Riverwinds Athletic Complex in West Deptford, New Jersey, as we've got American Ball Hockey Alliance Championship action. For the second time this year, we're back in West Deptford, and we start with the Penguin Division, our first of 3 games today, with the Egg Harbor Phantoms and the Belmar Bears. We'll have our Penguin game between Egg Harbor and the New York Menace Storm at 5 o'clock, and then the Cadet game to follow at 7 p.m. But we're about to get ready to get going here as Egg Harbor will line up in their gray and white jerseys. Meanwhile, Belmar in their navy blue, white and red, very obviously patriotic uniforms. I'm Dan Wilkins of Dan Wilkins Broadcasting. We'll be bringing you all the coverage of ABHA ball hockey this afternoon. It is a beautiful Sunday afternoon. It's actually 40 degrees warmer it's 40 degrees warmer today than it was when we were here 1 month ago today for the preseason championships. We'll get ready to go. Once again, first of 3 games today and ending a fantastic weekend of action that we've had not only here at West Deptford but here on Dan Wilkins Broadcasting. Had some great softball yesterday at the junior college level between Ocean County and Rowan College of South Jersey. For the first period, Belmar will line up on the right side of the screen. Egg Harbor will be on the left side. Again, Egg Harbor will be on the left in their grays and whites with a passionate crowd in tow here for this Penguin Championship.
That's it. Won't be the first time.
Egg Harbor moving it up the left side for the first chance. Gets turned over to Ackley. It'll go back to Michael Bermilo on the right side. He'll get this one across the court. This one goes over the middle. Right side. Belmar getting over the middle. Can't get anything there. Enzo Brunelli in the middle of it.
Pick it up. Jim, make sure you take care of it, all right? If you're still there, unless you're going to move up, math.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
shirt.
Let's go, EHG!
Just like last game.
Power play. Rip it!
That's a check. That's not right. Wrong team. guys here right in my way of my camera.
Matt, stop with the weak backhand. Take a real pass. Come on. You're exhausted. Let's go.
Go, Benny. You got 3 minutes. Everything you got.
Keep the ball in.
Take your time. Good job, Benny. Save yourself, Benny.
Spread out. Go. What are we doing?
Gotta help out on D,
Go
Benny.
off, Matt.
Wide, wide, wide. Take your time, Benny. Take your time. Get it, Benny. Pressure. Pressure. Bury it, Dan. Benny, bury it.
Help him, Micah.
Bury it, Benny.
Keep him there. Micah, you're off! Guys. Pass the ball, Cole! Two on the ball! Good, good! Pass it! Point!
Book Dog Pro Wrestling for your next event or outing for the greatest action that New Jersey Pro Wrestling has to offer. Any place, any time, any setting, Dog Pro Wrestling will bring the action to you. You want to miss it for moments like this. But don't just take it from me. Take it from Max Mundo, the Dog Pro Wrestling ambassador.
This is Max Mundo with Dog Pro Wrestling. Are you a civic organization, sporting club looking to fundraise? Then look no further to Dog Pro Wrestling. We do grand openings, corporate events, and much more.
And why not from some of the wrestling talent themselves?
I'm Vinny the Fixer, and I'm the champion of Dog Professional Wrestling. If you want to book the best, come see us. We're the cream of the crop. We'll come to any fundraiser you can think of. Just name the place and we'll show up.
This is the upstanding Dylan Mesh, and for the entirety of my professional wrestling career, dog wrestling has been a mainstay for where I like to wrestle. So you can believe me when I say that it is quality. And I'm upstanding. I'm the only opinion you need.
Yeah! It's your boy Gabriel Hodder here with my man Matthew Oman, and if you want your events to be all fight, no flight,
Then book Dog Wrestling so you can witness true primal fear.
woo!
In life, the road ahead is full of possibilities, but to navigate it safely, you need the right skills. Harper Driving School is the premier driving school serving Gloucester, Salem, and Camden counties. With experienced instructors, many of whom are teachers in local schools, we are dedicated to your success and will help you master the road with confidence. With an over 95% success rate of students passing their road test on their first try, you know your student will be in good hands while embarking on a huge step of their young adult lives, all while avoiding the lines at the DMV and getting insurance discounts.
We chose Harper, and so should you.
Stress that they call the right people and they get the help that they need. And it is very important that we treat each other with respect regardless of who you are or where you come from. But it is just as important that we treat ourselves with respect regardless of the situation going on in our lives. If you're in distress, you can call this number, 988, or you can visit any of these websites if you're not in distress but would like to learn more information about mental health awareness and research.
Jersey is the number 2 seed. As we said, they beat Manville 19-0 in the first round, which was even larger than Audubon's 16-0 win over Paulsboro as the 1 seed in the first round. That one's hit out towards center field straight away. Oh, she misjudged it. Got over her head in center field. Now this one's got a chance to be 3 bases for Spire. She's flying around third. Here comes the throw to the plate. It is not in time. What a way to kick off a semifinal with an inside the park home run. Emma Spire, who will take her talents to the Great Danes after 2026, lights up the scoreboard with a fly ball that got misjudged in center field. welcome back to Dan Wilkins Broadcasting coverage of the American Ball Hockey Alliance West Deptford Riverwinds Cup tournament. We've got the second of three finals coming up your way as we've got, well, first of all, we had a fantastic game between the Penguins of Egg Harbor and the Phantoms. They won over the Belmar Bears by a score of 5-3. Egg Harbor will have another chance in the division up as they'll face the New York Menace Storm out of Holbrook, New York. Referees are ready. Egg Harbor on the left side of your screen in the light gray, black secondary color, white tertiary color. As that ball already, oh, how about that? 5 seconds in, and the Storm have themselves a goal. That's one of the quickest goals you're ever going to see as a half rink pass. How about that? 6 seconds is all it took to get the Menace Storm on the board. With the goal scored on the right side by number 77, Carter Bio. This is our second of 3 games today here from the Riverwinds complex. We'll have the Cadet Championship between the Gloucester Township Panthers and the Belmar Bears at 7 p.m. So we'll have a little bit of a break in the interim between games 2 and 3 this afternoon on a beautiful Sunday afternoon from West Deptford, 70 degrees today. We were here for the preseason championships a month ago today on February 22nd as that ball's tucked away in the corner. Pops out for 97, Giovanni DeStefano. DeStefano on the left side. Guarded by Brady Dye, he'll shoot, and it goes right to the chest of the goalkeeper. Saved by Egg Harbor. But it was 35 degrees cooler when we were here a month ago today than it is today for the championships of the Riverwinds Cup. And it's our second of 5 tournament championships we're covering this season with our good friends over at the American Ball Hockey Alliance. Glad to be back for our second season of tournament action. So a lot of shots early from the Menace Storm, as they've already gotten 2 shots on goal, 1 in, 1 saved in the first minute of play. Back behind the second blue line, flicks it off the outer boards, guarded by Carter Truax. Now up the left side for Shane Alfano. Gets it from the blue line, deep shot wide. New York taking a lot of deep shots here in the early going. Now they'll get one over the middle, tries to backhand it, and you couldn't have placed that one any better. Just went through one defender and the goalkeeper. Definitely was weaving through a lot of traffic that time to get that one, but it just missed off the left post. This one's going to go up towards Corbin with Krongle guarding, and we'll have our first save of the day by the Storm as Egg Harbor gets themselves an attack on the offensive side. And we'll line up in the face-off circle with 8:25 to play here in the first. Yeah, final score of that Penguin game, 5-3. Saw 4 goals combined in the first period. Handful of more penalties, and then an exciting finish that saw Egg Harbor seal the deal with a full rink empty net goal. Over to the right side, Egg Harbor's trapped a little bit. Jaden Beon goes down after taking the shot. It'll go wide. Liam Daly has it, and diving to his right to get that save will be the New York goalkeeper. So again, our second of 3 games today. Unfortunately, no Chipmunk or freshman championships for us to cover today. 8-10 on the board here in the first period. 1-0 Menace Storm of New York. This one's going to go over the middle for New York. Over the middle, tried to get a poke at it from in front of the blue line from Colin Salierno. And now it'll go back to the center rink. Over to the right side for Zappas. He'll stop on the face-off circle, tries to find somebody as New York sets up in that 3-2 zone. Or check that, a 2-3 zone for the Menace. I do like the defensive setup that New York started with. They started out in that 3-2, and then they faded their left defender off to form a 2-3. So I think that what they're trying to do here is they realize that both of these teams are going to go pound for pound, back and forth with a lot of deep shots, and they're going to try to defend that perimeter from the blue line in front for as best as they can. Egg Harbor's going to take this one, gets popped up. New York gets it down with Addison Lucchese. It'll go back out to Julian Quartaro. And now New York gets the possession back deep in their own territory. They'll flick this one over to the right side, goes through the 5-hole of the New York attacker, goes past Zach Krongel, while Behan gets in it for Egg Harbor. This one's popped up, it'll go past, and it'll go back to Smith at the center line. A lot of crafty footwork here to start for New York as it gets taken back to Shane Alfano. Right side, now over the middle, Egg Harbor takes it again. In front of the first blue line, they'll try to advance it here. And waiting for his time, and a little bit of a delayed glove save stops play with 6:40. 2 saves by each goalkeeper so far in the early going. You know, and being in my second season of covering ABHA, one of the things that we notice very well across all Beaver championships that we've covered, regardless of who's playing in them, is that turnovers in the neutral zone are something that really affects a lot of these teams. And the Beavers are also the division that I've seen that it's most likely that you're going to see those deep shots, like we saw from New York, where they shot it from basically center ice, or center rink, if not beyond that, and they were able to score 5-6 seconds into the game. So if you're Egg Harbor and if you're these guys, it's kind of like you're watching a basketball game where they only shoot 3-pointers. You're going to get a lot of offensive attacks, and they're going to have to set up in a defensive setting that's wise to what they're doing and not overly ambitious on crashing the net. Egg Harbor going for the wraparound, can't finish that time. It'll go for a backhand for Mariah Martin, and it's tipped up off of Brady Dye. Sienna Wenzel, she had a goal in the preseason championship that we covered when Egg Harbor was in that as well for the Beaver division. So they're 2 for 2 and getting on the big stage here in Riverwinds at West Deptford, as that one's going to go back out towards Sturglio. Referee holding the whistle, and we'll have icing. 5. Clock's not stopping. They don't have the clock stopping over at the table. Nobody's telling them to stop it. It should be 5:51, but we're going to reflect how it is. So about 20 seconds have burned off the clock, and they're just going to let it roll. So that was about 20 seconds of dead ball time, as that's going to be a goal. Egg Harbor, they've tied the game. 1-2 punch from the Phantoms, and they've tied it up.
Go,
1-1 tie game here in midway through the first period. Goal scored with 5:30 on the clock. New York's first possession after the goal goes to Zach Krongel, but immediately in it is Liam Daly. Daly over to the right side, now Truex getting in it in a little bit of a sandwich, and now New York gets the turnover. They'll move this one over the middle, right in front of the center line. Here comes a shot from downtown, almost went into the glove, but instead it pops out. Now to roll along the inner boards on the left side. Good stick work that time to get around him there for Dylan Lasher. Now on the first blue line, Egg Harbor pops it up. Got blocked that time. Dye advances it to the center. It goes back to Truex, and now back to Corbin. Daly, he's going to look for his second goal on the same shift. It's a nice little flick that just goes over the crossbar. And we'll resume play as we've got some jam-ups over on the inner boards on the right side. Goes back behind the New York goalkeeper. Popped up. Corbin deflects it off of his right hand. And the Men of Storm will get this one back. Backhand by Sturgill, Wesley Sturgill. Still back behind the net. Daly hanging on, looking for a twofer here. Tries to wrap it around, lost the possession briefly, and that'll end up costing him here. As trying to get that one back was Lashuk, who's had a lot of crafty stick work and footwork in the first 6 minutes of the game, as he's had a long shift. Here's DeStefano, up the right side, waiting. Oh, that was a close one there. You could see that Nick Moran was trying to wait to go on. Not advancing past the blue line. That ball pops out of the goalie's hand. This one can't get through. Trying to trap it, trying to crash the net. Nothing there. And Egg Harbor might be able to come out of this one, but we've got a 3-2 rush here. And it's off the crossbar. They say no goal. And now there's another goal. If at first you don't succeed, try again, as New York oh so barely missed that one. It hit right off the center of the left post to EHT's goalkeeper's left. And then New York 5 seconds later gets it back. And the blue and pink of the Menace Storm now lead this one 2-1, 3:34 left in the first period. New York gets the first possession after the face-off. This one tips off the stick of Emma Carpenter. Oh, that was a high shot there by Dylan Lashik. May have had a little bit of contact in the interim. Popped up right in front of the Egg Harbor bench. New York having to take some extra travel to get here out of 133 miles away over in Holbrook, New York. Right in the center of Long Island near Jones Beach Amphitheater. Been there several times. Fantastic place up there in Long Island. As now this will come up for Egg Harbor. Up the left side for Clayton Smith. Smith lost his balance. Check that. That was number 37, James Irwin. But yeah, Holbrook, New York, 3 hours away from this complex in beautiful West Deptford, New Jersey. As now up the left side, trying to find something, tried to get the crouch, and it didn't go. Wide right. That was some fantastic defense by New York, but that shot was all Egg Harbor that time. They could only do so much, and then that shot just missed wide right by Wenzel. But like we said, it's been a great offensive output for this Phantoms team, as we saw in the preseason championship. That one goes over to the left side. Refs will hold it off. No icing. Will stay alive as Campbell gets this one. Now 2 minutes to play in the first. New York trying to trap that ball out with a lot of hefty contact on the sticks. Egg Harbor waiting to go on. Wenzel was waiting. That misses to the right, and New York's goalkeeper deflects it out with the stick to keep the play alive. Quite a long possession for what it's worth. Gone a long time without a whistle here from the officials as that one goes over the center line, but to be fair, there's nothing that has granted such a whistle. We saw it in the Penguin game. We had the longest time of possession without a stoppage with 4 minutes and 30 seconds in the second period. Referee from the backside might call icing here, and he does, as New York was on their trail, but just couldn't get in front of the end line in time, and we stopped play with 1:08 in the first period. New York leads Egg Harbor 2-1. Again, one more game on the horizon today here from West Deptford. We'll be here on Rink 2. We're, what's that one 70s song? Jokers to the left, somebody to the right, and here I am stuck in the middle as we've got Rink 2 action. Cadets, they play their final at 7 p.m. tonight, so we'll have about an hour break in between games 2 and 3. And not to promote our own stuff. Oh, bit of an incidental that time. That one hit off of the New York coach's hand. He was just a little bit like, he was kind of leaned over on the rail, just didn't react in time. And it'll go out of bounds as that ball probably would have rode alongside the boards. Although it could have gone out. From where our trajectory is, it was definitely hard to tell. Now the clock's not running. So I don't know if they're making up for the 20 seconds that they lost over earlier in the first period, but I can't, there we go, okay. Yeah, that does make up for about the 20 seconds that they lost, so you'll have about an even 10-minute period. 55 seconds remaining, 2-1 New York. New York in the pink and light blue. Egg Harbor in the gray, white, and black. So all monochrome scale for the Phantoms. As this one's popped up, they'll let this one fly. Referee puts his hand down and will still play. Over to the left side. Jackson Conley in the middle of it. Wenzel barely got that one on for Molly Gettings. She gets trapped out as a great defensive stand by Quartaro prevented her from getting an open look. Now another chance here for Gettings as Quartaro kept his distance that time. 15 seconds now. Here comes Lashuk. At the legs of the Egg Harbor goalkeeper, Lashuk puts it down. 8 seconds. Shot from the center, over the crossbar, no good. And we'll get this one roll with 5. They'll let this one loose. Last chance for New York, and they'll let the clock run out. As a strong end to the first period, a lot of great defense by both New York and Egg Harbor. And I say that kind of as an antithesis to the fact that we've got 3 goals on the board. It's New York 2 and Egg Harbor 1. We'll be back in just a moment here on Dan Wilkins Broadcasting in the Beaver final. We'll be right back. Here on Dan Wilkins Broadcasting, this broadcast is brought to you by our friends over at Harper Driving School. Over 90% of students who take their New Jersey State driving test with Harper pass on their first attempt. Book an appointment today at Suite 4 of the Total Turf Complex in Pittman, New Jersey at 614 Lambs Road, just minutes from Route 55. Now, if you're a New York fan watching this, I don't know if you drive 3 hours for a driving school, but we're paid to read the advertisements. We've got 10 minutes playing here in the second period here from the Riverwinds Athletic Complex. Just such a beautiful complex to be back here in West Deptford. The planes flying overhead to the nearby Philadelphia International Airport, and of course a great day for some golf on the adjacent golf course as well. Packed house for all divisions, all levels, all tiers. Always great to be here with the ABHA as we get underway in the second period. Backpedaling, looking behind him is Beyond, trying to get the best look that he can with open space. New York does have possession now, but not for long. Wenzel's going to take this one. Oh, but not before the stick got jammed that time. Giovanni DiStefano made the interjection. That one's going to go over the middle now. Abayo had an open look to get this one back to the center. But again, they're just having the reset here, just 40 seconds into the period. Over to the left side, New York looking for an attack. 1-2 punch, can't go. Trying to get it over to Lashik on the right side. Lashik's had 3 shots on goal here in the early going. Both goalkeepers have had 5 saves. Over on the left side, Molly Gettings. Trying to hang on to something here. Ball comes out. Popped up a few times. An aggressive look by New York as they tried to slap that ball to the other end of the court. Other end of the rink. Over on the left side now. Trying to get an open look, batted it around, and it stopped. That might have been one of Egg Harbor's best looks there, moving from the end line, passing it to Corbin, who got a shot maybe at about a 45-degree angle of the net, and he had a little bit of space to work with, but not a lot there. Restarting play, 8-10 in the second. That one. In the second, we've had some technical difficulties. I apologize. We were doing okay for a while, and then just had an issue with our internet, so we are still diagnosing the issue. We've got 7 minutes left in the second. Do the best we can while we get that patched up. Smith passes it over, up the middle, straightaway shot by Irwin. And we'll have icing here with 5:51 in the second. Will be opening day of high school baseball. Hopefully the weather will be just as good as it is today from Cumberland County at the historic Alden Field. Next year, it'll be a conference matchup. Today, it's still non-conference as the Wildwood Warriors will visit the Bridgeton Bulldogs in our first high school baseball game of the year. I'll be on the call with David Cohen of Rowan University for that one with the first pitch at 4 o'clock. Moving up the left side. Trying to hang on to a possession here as J.J. Nikolozos gets in the middle of it. Guarded now from the back by Zach Krongel. Trying to get something out. New York gets the turnover, not for long. Interjecting is Jackson Conley. Now spinning around, creating some space. Now New York's got a chance. Truax is going to catch up to deflect and disregard the odd man rush. It would have been a two-man rush, but Truax had some wheels, and he was able to get onto the defensive attack right away. Now it'll go up to Maverick Zappas over the middle now with another tip by Wenzel. New York taking their time. It's number 77, Carter Bio. Had the first goal of the game 7 seconds in. Now moving around the end line, moving from the right to the left, still behind that New York goalkeeper who's going to have to keep his head on a swivel, or else there's going to be some lamps that will be lit. That one's going to go over the middle. Referee's holding, and no. Okay, so he would have called that if that did not have the trajectory of the net, but it went right straight to the Egg Harbor goalkeeper, and we keep the play alive. 4:20 left in the second. Truex, left side, guarded by Bio. He's able to beat him out. Truex has some wicked speed. Love watching this kid play as he now goes to the left side. Seen him play in both years of our coverage in ABHA across multiple divisions. Now taking his time and really backpedaling. It now goes back to Wenzel, who's going to shoot this one up towards Truax, who's behind the end line. 4 minutes left now. As the sun starts to not exactly set behind us, but start to see those shadows on the rink here at West Deptford, here at the Riverwinds Athletic Complex. Here's a jam up right in front of the Egg Harbor bench. They watch intently. Now it goes to the right side. Truax tries to get something, caught in a sandwich. Jaden Behan can't get it there. No, it's going to be Jackson Conley who couldn't get that one that time. And we'll have a, okay, no, that whistle was on the other side. My apologies. Hard to tell when everybody's so close to each other. 3:15 left. Bio, deep shot, half court, got tripped up. Got in a little bit of a tangle that time with Wenzel, with Mariah Martin. Martin and Wenzel, for what it's worth, are on the rink at the same time here. As the possession slows down, 3 minutes remaining. Now New York with a crossover. Over to the right side, got a chance, it's deep, and it's a good save. Over the middle that time. That was a strong shot by the New York Menace. And we stop play with 2:50 left in the second period. Two to 1 in favor of New York. No goals yet in the second period. I talked about how the first half of the first period was very offensive heavy, but I think as these teams, I honestly don't know if these teams have played each other before, either in previous tournaments, but once you get used to somebody, once you get used to an opponent, you really get to get deep into how they play. And the first couple of minutes, these guys weren't really settled in. They weren't really playing their best, and there wasn't the best defensive stand. But if you compare the first 5 minutes of the first period to the last 5 minutes of this first period, you see night and day. New York stepped it up on defense. The Menace found a way to pick up some great defensive stands, especially from Julian Quartaro and a handful of others, including Dylan Washuk, who's had some fantastic speed in this game as well. The defense has really prevailed after a very offensive-heavy first 5 minutes. 2:15 and counting in the second. High shot over the middle. There's Logic there again. just behind the blue line there. Wanted to take a shot from deep. It was Carpenter and Bion who deflected the ball on the shot, kind of on the pass attempt. Didn't really want to take a shot from that far out, but now here comes Egg Harbor. Right side, they've got Corbin to her left. Gonna try to take a shot from Gettings. It's on the end line. He gets turned over, and Nick Moran has it back. And Egg Harbor again playing some very staunch defense here as we've got 1:40 remaining in the second. Passing it over is Mariah Martin. Ref gets out of the way. Trapped on the left board. It's Quartaro, and now they'll let this one roll for Corbin. He picks it up in stride. He'll go along perpendicular, parallel to the end line. Got a bit of an incidental there. Didn't really get a whole lot of contact, or at least didn't get enough to draw a whistle there. Still have not had any penalties in this game. It's been a very clean ball game between these two teams. They've just been playing very, very good defense. 55 seconds left. Lachuk over the middle. Couldn't get anything that time to Giannis Passaporta, 45 seconds remaining in the second. This one will be clear. Ref says no icing. Back to Zach Krongel. I think the good thing is, though, is that the precedent is set if you have a scoreless second period. You had, again, very high scoring as we're going to have a whistle here. Taking a spill that time is number 37, and James Irwin. Well, remember how I said we didn't have any penalties? That just changed, and we'll have our first of the day. It's going to be charged against the Men of Storm. New York trying to dispute the call. Not going to get their way, though, as it'll be 1:30 charged against Carter Bio. Well, that power play is going to send us not only into the end of the second, but also for the first minute and 2 seconds of the third. But we were just saying that when you talk about scoreless periods, does that mean that the offense is struggling, or does that mean that defense is holding supreme? I would say it's a case-by-case basis, but absolutely in this game, it's been the latter. The defense has been reigning supreme. This game is not having a scoreless period because of bad offense. New York and Egg Harbor have been going pound for pound, like I said in the beginning, that they have just really been eyeing each other up, and it's been a very, very good ball game so far. And we'll see how the third period treats us, as that will be the buzzer. Couple of shots went at the end, but nothing there, as the power play will resume in the third with 1:01 on the clock, with Egg Harbor holding the advantage. We'll take a quick break. 2 periods down, 1 to go here in a very fun ball game between Egg Harbor and the New York Menace. We'll be right back. Third period ready to go. We're going to get a power play here for Egg Harbor for the next 1:01. As we're underway in the third, it was a scoreless second period. New York 2, Egg Harbor 1. But the penalty on Carter Bayo for what I believe was a trip call. Again, we'll have about a 1 hour break between games 2 and 3. It'll be Gloucester Township and Belmar in the third and final game of the afternoon/evening here from Rink 2. Nice little deke there by Dye. Wanted to take a deep shot. Now right in the crease of the pads. It is saved. Great defensive work there by New York. We'll have 20 seconds on the power play when we resume. Smith in the face-off for Egg Harbor. Good move that time. No icing. One thing that I'll say as well is that because we'll have an hour, if you don't have anything going on, you can check out our DWB Classics playlist, providing all of the best broadcasts that we've covered over 5 years of athletics in South and Central Jersey. From walk-off home runs to game-winning shots to last-second miracles, you can check out our page. It's under our YouTube page that you're watching from right now under playlists. If you go to DWB Classics, that should be able to pass some time in the next hour after this game is over, because we won't be starting game 3 until 7 p.m. There is another game on this rink in between, but we're only covering the Tier 1 championships. Truex picks this one up at the end line. Good shot there on the right. I believe it was by Lucchese. Now Egg Harbor interjects, moving up the right side, trying to find something here. Didn't really have the cleanest of moves as Truex faltered on that one. Over to the left. Shot, center, and saved. After a little bit of confusion, Egg Harbor's goalkeeper comes up with that one cleanly. Saved by number 44, Cole Manzione. 8:01 is the time on the board here in the third period. Again, have not seen a goal since 4 minutes remaining in the first period when the game was tied 1-1. New York got a great shot from right around the center in between the two face-off circles. He couldn't have planned it up better, and they took the lead 2-1. It has stayed persistent ever since. As a bit of a slap that time. Goes back over to New York as they're going to try to advance. Again, they're going to try to draw these Egg Harbor players, spread them out so that they can kind of craft their canvas here for some of the best shots that they can take. That one misses wide on the shot by Colin Salierno, excuse me. Clock stops with 7:36 remaining. This broadcast is brought to you by the Dangerous Adrenaline Wrestling Gladiators, or DAWG Pro Wrestling, New Jersey's premier pro wrestling organization with high-flying events and nonstop entertainment throughout the Garden State. In just a few weeks, you can visit them in Gloucester Township at the South Jersey Geek Fest. They'll have an event and a table there in Gloucester Township at the South Jersey County Fairgrounds on April 4th. That's Saturday before Easter Sunday. They'll also be at an event at Little Egg Harbor. Yes, if you're an Egg Harbor fan, they'll be at Pinelands Regional High School in Little Egg Harbor on Saturday, May the 2nd. So if you like pro wrestling, check them out, dawgprowrestling.com. 7:15 left in the third. Again, this defense has been very strong here. And while I was giving credit to both New York and Egg Harbor, I think that New York is emerging as the better defensive candidate in this game. I mean, you see a lot of these guys, they're spreading out. And what they're doing on offense as well seems to be working. But now they might make me eat my words, as that one's going to go over the middle. It's stopped, though. And another great save there in goal for the New York Menace. Out of Holbrook, New York on Long Island. A good 3 hours from the West Deptford rinks. So after these ladies and gentlemen are done on the rink today, they'll have a long hike back to New York. .650 left in the third as we resume play. A little bit of contact there between Giannis Passaportis, and Wesley Sturgill. deep shot off the top of the fence. That barely stayed in play by the skin of its teeth. And luckily it stayed in play instead of smashing a car window. That one's going to go to Martin on the left side. New York wanted to corral it in, but they decided to keep the possession going. Popped up. Passaportis goes in. Really good defensive matchup here between 71, Sturgill, and Passaportis. Trying to get something going here. Martin. 5:35 left in the third. Again, New York, there's only a matter of time. There's a fine line that there is, and honestly, it's not even that fine of a line. It's pretty gray of when do you stop attacking the goal and you start getting into this clock management mindset. Because obviously New York and the Menace Storm, they want this insurance goal to get them in front by 2. But if that doesn't happen, and it just did, how about that? That's the announcer's jinx in full form right there. Well, if the New York Storm don't score, well, they just did. And it's 3-1, 4:56 left in the third, and that's exactly what we were talking about with the insurance goal. New York needed that. That takes a big weight off their shoulders, because if you've got to play the last 5 minutes of a ball game in clock management mode with only a 1-goal lead, that's going to put a lot of these guys and gals on the edge of their seat. And if you can at least now have a 3-1, 2-goal lead, something to give you a little bit of an extra cushion. I mean, it applies in all sports. You know, if you can extend your lead when it matters most, yeah, you can have a lead early. But it matters that you have a lead now, and it matters that you have a lead at the home stretch of the game when it matters the most, when it comes down to the wire. So if Egg Harbor can be kept off the board here, I think that New York can really credit this win, credit this Riverwinds Cup win if they get it, to their defense. Truax on the left side, right in front of the Menace bench, misses well left. Or I guess if you're inverting it, to the right of the New York goalkeeper, and we've got a glove save. 4:22. Back going. Sapis, blocked, saved again. Excellent defense by the Menace goalkeeper. And with 4:07 remaining, it stays a 2-goal game, 3-1. We'll have a timeout called. 4:07 left in the third. We'll take a quick break. Got one more coming right after this. Back from the timeout, resuming play, 4:06. Have a delayed penalty called. Truax with a deep shot, and that'll be the whistle on New York. So we'll have a power play, Egg Harbor. So 3:42 remaining, and no more than 20 seconds after the timeout was called. I believe Egg Harbor was the one to call the timeout. We'll have a penalty here. Referees are going to talk this thing over unless they're just switching sides. They will just be switching, so no conference needed. Egg Harbor, for the second time today, will go on a power play, and no better time to have one. With less than 4 minutes left, trailing by 2. I mean, if you think about it, power play is going to end with about a minute left. Actually, yeah, just about 2 minutes on the clock, pardon. So maybe it's not enough time to pull your goalie and try to go for a 6-on-4 advantage. But if that penalty was committed a minute later, and we're talking about a power play running into the final minute of the game, absolutely talk about a 6-on-4 advantage, but nothing there. And another save. Three minutes, 4 seconds in the ball game, in regulation that is, and 53 seconds left on the power play for Egg Harbor. And some clouds getting ready to come over us. We're told that thunderstorms are expected around 9 p.m. So as long as the Cadet game doesn't go into 5 overtimes, we should be okay. And we'll have a stop here. I think Egg Harbor was a little bit upset over the fact that they think that New York didn't have proper possession on the glove save. But a 3-1 lead for the Menace Storm. As not only will they get ready to make the trip back to Long Island, they'll look to make the same trip with a trophy in hand. As knocked down, dive, passes over to the left for Beyond. 40 seconds and counting on the power play. That's a shot that doesn't go. And remember, being a minor penalty, you only have, one opportunity to cut the lead. You get one goal there, and then from there you're going to have to worry about a bit of a hit there on Passaportis. Passaportis now on the left side. Egg Harbor on the power play. Oh, he's now back behind the line. Unless they want to clear this, they do not. It's Corbin. 5 on the power play. This is going to be a fantastic power play kill, a penalty kill for New York. Power play over. Excellent defense by the Menace. Now a jam up all over the middle. Die, deep shot, way wide to the right. 2 minutes left in the ball game. Now trying to find something over the left side. Now back behind the end line with a little misdirection for Clayton Smith. Now trying to find Jaden Peon off the goalkeeper, off of, Borowski. Minute 40. Again, back to full strength here. And in the Penguin game, we did have a late penalty that ran into the end of the game. How about that? Great tip by Borowski to keep that one up in the air. That one's knocked down by Passaportis at the center line. Goes back over to Smith. And he'll have a whistle for the offside. 1 minute, 16 seconds remaining in the game. Again, we'll have about an hour break in between games 2 and 3 here on Dan Wilkins Broadcasting. We mentioned our next broadcast will be tomorrow between Wildwood and Bridgeton, our opening day coverage of high school baseball. Then we've got 2 JUCO games later this week. Tuesday versus Hartford, and Wednesday versus Lackawanna, both punching up a division, if you will, both first pitches at 3:30. Burlington at Bordentown, net is empty. So Egg Harbor in the final minute trying to do everything that they can. They have the empty net, and they'll call a timeout. We'll take one as well. 58 seconds remaining. It's the New York Menace 3 and the Egg Harbor Phantoms 1. Coming back from the timeout, 58 seconds remaining for the New York Menace as Egg Harbor's got the empty net. They've got the 6-on-5 advantage. Truax. And that's saved right in the glove by Borowski. .46 seconds. .40 seconds. Time running out for Egg Harbor. This one goes over to the left side. And again, they'll just need one more chance. They got to get through this line to get to the empty net. Not yet, though. Mariah Martin has this one. She'll take it, and she'll have to try to defend not only herself, but this net. New York has it. Not for long, though, as Dye goes down. The stick got dropped, 12 seconds. New York now on the defense. It'll go back to Colin Salierno, who will let the clock run, and the New York Menace are going to win the Riverwinds Cup by a score of 3-1. That's exactly what we were talking about. This team drove a long way to get here, and now they'll get to travel back with a trophy in hand. Great defensive performance by the New York Menace. It's not, listen, I've called countless ball hockey games here with the ABHA. There is maybe a 10% chance that I get to say that the best part of that game was the defense. Because usually the defense is what loses games for another team. But in this case for New York, they gave up the one goal in the first 5 minutes of the period. Then New York got it back, and then they just spread everybody out and did not allow Egg Harbor to get a lot of clean looks. And when they did get those clean looks, it was late in the third period when Borowski was at the top of his game. So there was some excellent defense there, and New York absolutely deserves this trophy. That was a fantastic defensive performance. And again, not often do we talk about defense, but when we do, it's because it's quite a valuable resource. We will be back in about an hour. We've got another game ready to go here. There's a Tier 2 game going on about to start, and then the Tier 1 game between the Gloucester Township Panthers and the Belmar Bears will be coming up at 7 o'clock. We will stay on the live stream, so if you just want to hang around, stick around for a little bit while we wait for an hour. We won't be playing any commercials or archives in the time between the hours. So the broadcast is just going to look blank for, again, about 45 minutes, and then we'll come back and we'll have ourselves our 7 o'clock game between Gloucester Township and Belmar in the Cadets. Thank you very much. We'll be back at 7. After over an hour-long break, we're back here on Dan Wilkins Broadcasting from the Riverwinds Athletic Complex in West Deptford, New Jersey. We've had 2 exciting games so far, and now I don't want to say the penultimate, that was the last game, the third and final game of today's Riverwinds Cup action comes as nightfall arises behind us, as we've got the Gloucester Township Panthers and the Belmar Bears squaring off in Game 3. Again, we had 2 exciting games. Egg Harbor took care of Belmar in the first game in the Penguin division. It was a 5-3 final. Over in the Beavers, we saw a 3-1 final that took the New York Menace over Egg Harbor. And now Belmar gets back into the championship round over in the star-studded Cadet division. This is the second time that we've seen Gloucester and Belmar in the Cadet championship. And what can I say? We're going to be doing a lot of ABHA tournaments this spring. I would not be surprised if these two match up against each other time and time again, because these teams are just so good, so loaded with talent, and we're going to see it all come to a head here. 30 minutes of ball hockey action here from West Deptford. Sun has set behind us, but the night has just begun. Game 3 of 3. We'll have Hamilton and Heller on this first face-off of the day from the center rink, and we're underway. Gloucester Township with first possession. Bryce Lawrence had that one and immediately tried to get a little bit of a stick maneuver that time from Jake Glenn. No good that time. Gloucester Township, though, controlling the possession early. On the left wing. Stopped that time by Belmar. Getting in that time was Carter Pate. Lawrence trying to defend over the middle. Here comes Belmar. Quick and goal! 34 seconds into the game, and the Navy Blue and Red have this one with a 1-0 lead. A perfect 1-2 punch that time by Belmar. Finished off by Aiden Peters, and the Bears lead this one 1-0. I do apologize in advance. Our replay system is not working, so I will not be able to get replays of the goals for this game. We're going to try to fix that for the coming broadcasts ahead. Not exactly sure what the issue is exactly, but Peters is going to have another chance here, looking to attack the GT goal again. This time just missed wide on the backhand. Back out towards Parker Ruoff. Gloucester Township back beyond the end line. Grayson Heller coming in to defend. Spinning around is Drew Hamilton. On the right side for Glenn. Driving up the right wing, fading towards the center. That one's blocked. Good save that time by the Belmar goalkeeper. And now getting a little too close for comfort is Heller and Hamilton. Hamilton trying to defend against Heller and really not allowing Heller any real estate on the boards. That one goes! Jake Glenn with a quick response. 1 minute and 15 seconds, and we've got 2 goals. We're knotted back up at 1. So Peters gets a quick start for Belmar. Glenn gets an even quicker start for Gloucester Township, and we're tied at 1 apiece. And this is just what you're going to see at the Cadet division. These are 2 of the best teams in this level, in the ABHA. There's a reason why they're Tier 1. There's a reason why they're playing in this championship. These teams have such blazing speed that really there's no square inch of room on this rink that's sacred or that's safe. These guys are going to use the entire rink to their advantage here as a quick turnover in the neutral zone. It went back to Heller, but Gloucester Township was able to recover with Landon Astor. Astor back behind the end line, back behind their goalkeeper, Mark Clement. Clement had 17 saves in the preseason championship versus Belmar back a month ago today. We mentioned it on the earlier part of this broadcast that the preseason championship that we were over on the other rink for, Rink 1 here at Riverwinds, it was 35 degrees cooler during the championships than it was today. It was 40 degrees, and it was a high of 38, and we had a high of 72 today. 1-1 ball game, super early if you're just joining us. Keegan Rice had that one, and another ball out of bounds. Have to resist the urge not to say puck instead of ball, because we are coming off of our first ice hockey season with Gloucester Catholic. Got to have some excellent games with them down at the Hollydale Ice Arena in Washington Township and Sewell. Watson has this one on the left wing. Goes over to Sacamano. Watson has it again, but serving as the middleman is Lawrence. Check that. That's Maverick Heath. Good hit that time by Michael Wagner. Heath trailing behind Yackel. Yackel's going to try to get this one back into the offensive front. It goes past number 28, Zach Barth. And now Gloucester Township will get to clear this one back behind the end line, back behind Clement. Heath has this one popped up. It goes past Barth. And now Rice will have a chance, but instead he lost it. And again serving as the middleman, that's going to be number 97, Hunter Sleeter. Ball pops out that time on the right side on the inner boards. Faded over the middle. Here comes Barth. Crosses over to the right. He's got a chance. Lets it fly, and it's good. 2-1 Belmar. That was one of those goals that you just had a feeling as soon as he had the possession. Had the fade to the right, a crossover move in front of the blue line. And this high-octane offense continues. It's 2-1, 3 minutes into the ball game. I mean, I think it's pretty clear. I think you don't need a rocket scientist to tell you that this pace is not going to be sustainable because, you know, when you look at these two goalkeepers, Santor and Clement, Santor for Belmar, Clement for Gloucester Township. Slipped that time. Glenn now creates a turnover. Back in the neutral zone again. Back-to-back turnovers. Glenn on the right side. He's wasting no time. He's got it. He scores. So I think I said something about this pace not being sustainable. How about that? There's another goal to prove me wrong from Drew Hamilton this time. And 4 combined goals in 3 minutes and 12 seconds of play. You got to wonder if you're GT or Belmar. I mean, both of your teams are doing well, but how do you address this defense? I mean, there is such a bump in speed in this game. And especially on a day that's not very windy, the conditions are very fair, these players are going to be able to use 110% of their ability every single second. You might see these shifts get a little bit longer now that this offense is so high level. Pate on the left side, guarded by Countryman, tries to get it on the end line. This one's popped up. Peters gets a hit on the right side. Glenn administered it. Now it goes back to Connor. He's behind the blue line, lets it fly. That one misses. It'll go back to Peters on the left wing. Peters all alone, guarded by Countryman with about 5 feet of distance. It'll go back to Gloucester Township. Glenn driving up the left side. He'll fade it over to the center line, backhanded by Parker Ruoff. It'll go to Hamilton, dancing along the front blue line. Looking to avoid an offside. It'll go back to Ruoff, who eventually lets it go to number 44, Logan Yackel. That one gets knocked down. Great catch up there by 88. Don't have an 88 on either of our rosters, unless that was Ruoff, and that will be saved right at the chest of Santino Santor. 5:47 left in the first. This broadcast is brought to you by Harper Driving School. Over 90% of students who take their New Jersey State driving test with Harper pass on the first try. If you'd like to book an appointment today, visit Harper Driving School at 614 Lambs Road in Pittman at the Total Turf Complex in Pittman, just minutes from Route 55. And another save by Santor. Getting tangled up in it a little bit was Maverick Heath. Really hard to keep up with this game with how high octane it's been so far. Levi Chiaravolti will be in the face-off for the Panthers as now this one goes out to the right side. Belmar taking their time. Not for long, though. Here comes Sacamano. Catches him 2/3 of the way down the rink. And now Walsh has this one. He'll get it to Sacamano on the left wing. Gloucester Township eventually able to catch up on the defensive stand. And it'll go back to Watson. Township gets the turnover. That's Ryan Locke, who had the possession that time. That's the name I missed earlier. Sacamano gets this one down for Barth. Barth over to Heath. Now a trap in the goal. Barth defending, trying to force a turnover in the offensive zone. Here comes Watson. It'll be Sleeter meeting him there. He's going to try to meet up with Chiaravolta. Here comes a shot. That one's going to go way out and into the parking lot. hit off the side of a rather expensive car, and we'll have 4:52 left to play here in the first. Tie game 2-2. Not a lot of room to breathe, not a lot of room for error in this game, with both teams getting on the board often and early. Goals by Gloucester Township were scored by Jake Glenn and Drew Hamilton. And then for Belmar, first goal came in from Aiden Peters, and another one came in not too long after from Zachary Barth. And again, that was just great stick work, calling back to what Zach Barth was able to do. That one goes over the left side for Grayson Heller, the multi-sport athlete out of Audubon High School, my alma mater, as it'll go to Brody Connor. Saves that one at the end line. Hamilton sneaking up from behind. It'll roll out to the right, and catching it will be Logan Yackel. Moving across the rink that time, risky pass. Now finds the center in Pate. And that will flick off of the outer boards in front of the Gloucester Township sideline. This one's popped up. It's way downtown. And picking it up on a hop, but no glove save by Clement. We stay alive. Peters, left side. Peters shoots off the left shoulder and saved by Mark Clement. Again, I as much as I don't want to invoke the announcer's jinx again for saying that pace in the first 5 minutes was not sustainable, I think that honestly these two goaltenders, I think, were a little bit caught off guard by how much stick work was going to be involved, with how much cross court and high level passing there was going to be. So now that these guys are familiar, now that these guys have gotten their nerves settled in, and now we're able to play a real ball game, you're really able to see these players' talent shine, and that's exactly what we're seeing so far. Some good defense here by both sides. Connor moves over to the right, gets past Ruoff. Ruoff tries to swipe under, and DePalma meets him in the middle. That's another save by Clement. That's 5 in the first 6.5 minutes of the ball game. 2-2 tie game. Again, we had 2 goals in less than 4 minutes, but we've been in, dare I say, a little bit of a drought. Belmar attacking Mark Clement in goal, though. Glenn on the left side gets interrupted by DePalma and got some contact. No whistles there. Glenn wanted a whistle, didn't get it. The face-off circle. Glenn's got it. Left side coming back from behind. A little retaliation. It'll go to the right for Ruoff. Ruoff fakes it. Goes to the right. Goes back up to Glenn. He'll fade over the middle. It's hard to keep up if you're either of these teams, and they're going to get it back going again. Fake. Shot no good by Ruoff. And DePalma gets crossed up with Countryman right in front of the door. Hamilton dancing over the blue line. Some great stick work that time by Drew Hamilton, who's already got a goal in this game for the Panthers in the purple and white. And Santor gets the save. High school baseball is right around the corner for Dan Wilkins Broadcasting. Tune in tomorrow from Alden Field in Cumberland County for our opening day coverage between the Wildwood Warriors and the Bridgeton Bulldogs as Michael Villela enters his 23rd season of coaching high school baseball. It's our first time covering Bridgeton, but I'll be on the call with Rowan University's own David Cohen. First pitch at 4 p.m. And then we've got 2 RCSJ Gloucester baseball games for the #1 junior college team in the country. They face off against the Hartford Fighting Owls of Maryland on Tuesday and the Lackawanna Falcons of Pennsylvania on Wednesday. Both games with the first pitch at 3:30. Some heavy contact that time. Dennis Barth giving him the business, and now it'll go back over to Gloucester Township on the left side. Bryce Lawrence coming up with it. And just a big traffic jam down there now as it'll clear for Walsh. This one's well wide, misses high and right of Clement. Moving around now for Hunter Sleater. Sleater, a high but not all that high velocity pass. High in distance, let's say. Over on the right. Wagner. Or rather, Watson. Again, this is what we were talking about with the defense, but now Watson over to the right side, didn't find anybody home, but he does get Pate. will bring it back to Walsh. Deep shot, and a push in the back, and a whistle. And those players not exactly happy with each other. And another whistle there flies after the play. Might have an interference penalty coming, I think. Something there on the scramble in front of Clement. No, just a shift change it looks like. No penalty looks like it's going to be called. So we'll stay at full strength with 1:57 left. Yeah, as much as we tout sportsmanship and good sports, which we should, when these players are on the rink, they are pure business. They're not discussing weekend plans when they're on that save. That one's going to get popped up. It'll go back down to Stollard on the right side. Brody Connor, slap shot. Oh, man. That one almost grazed Clement's helmet. That was a blazing shot. Now it goes back out to the center for Yackel. Minute 35 and counting now. Again, still at full strength, but it's been a physical last few minutes here. Both of these teams going toe-to-toe. Now that the high-octane offense has really mellowed into this transitional defense that works out really well for both sides and should set up for a fun second and third. But who knows? I mean, first period's not done either. Could see some more action, could see some more highlights in that regard as well. Right side, back to DePalma at the center. Dom DePalma, he shoots. That one's off the glove of Clement, gets deflected. Back out to the left side. Peters couldn't get that one. Chasing it now is Astor. Heller guarding Astor. It'll go off the left side of the boards. Gloucester Township picks this one up. Now here they go. Here come the Panthers. Glenn loses it. It'll go back to Hamilton in front of the blue line. They wait for them to go onside. Glenn on the left side. He shoots. He scores. Twice as nice. Jake Glenn. 3-2 Panthers. Second goal of the game for Jake Glenn. And that defensive stand that we were talking about for the last 5 minutes finally broke down. Got a breakaway on the left wing, got an open shot, and Jake Glenn has broken the albeit brief tie and has made this a 3-2 ball game, 43.7 in the first. Back underway, and right away, this one's going to go all the way down. Net comes loose. Clement, I think, picked it up. I'm pretty sure he got that save. Referee making sure nobody's escalating the situation. But that net came clean off of its hinges there. Actually, I don't think there's anything holding the net down like there would be in the NHL. It's just kind of freestanding. There was an issue with the net in the previous game. The referees had to repair a gash in the net during what I believe was the Tier 2 game. 37 seconds left. So a very quick possession turned into that save by Clement with the goal coming loose. Santor lets it go, and he waves it goodbye as that one will be icing. Finishing up what we were talking about, we mentioned RCSJ Gloucester Baseball on Tuesday and Wednesday. We then travel down to Atlantic County for Cape Atlantic League Baseball between Group 2 Oakcrest and the Falcons and the Group 1 Buna Chiefs, the 2023 South Jersey Group 1 champions. First pitch at 3:45. As now here comes Sleater. That's a nice move to Glenn. He's got two already. He almost had a third. He almost made us tip our cap in just 9 minutes of play, but not yet. Score remains 3-2, 12 seconds left. Sleater in front of the goal, tried the backhand, didn't go, with blocked by Yackel. 5 seconds. Sleater takes the shot. It's behind Santor. He doesn't have it clean. Santor thought he caught it, but the ball emerged at his left side. And that's going to give us 2.1 seconds on the board here in the first period. So a chance for, just like in basketball, it's like when you have a tip-off not too long before the quarter's over, try to get the best shot that you can with the time you have left. They'll get one to go, and it's no good at the end of the first. It's a high-scoring affair. The question is it sustainable from here on out? We've still got 20 more minutes to find out the answer to that question. We go to the second period here at Riverwinds. It's Gloucester Township 3 and Belmar 2. Welcome back. Second period ready to go here from West Deptford, the street hockey rinks. It's been a beautiful day. We've been here since, I want to say, 2:30. It's been a fun day. Egg Harbor topped Belmar 5-3 in the Penguin Championship. And then the New York Menace beat Egg Harbor 3-1 in the Beaver Championship. So this is our third and final game of the day. But it's been a fun crowd, a lot of people around here, and I think the attendance that we've had today is also part of the fact that it's 70 degrees, or was 70 degrees out at the top of the day. On the left side is Heller, back to Pate. Trying to jam him is Lawrence, and Lawrence was starting to get the turnover, couldn't get it. Now a jam at the first blue line. It'll go over to Watson, turns his head to check. And now meeting him over is Heath. Sleater's got it. Right wing, shoots, can't get it. Chiaravaroli gets in there. 3-2 Gloucester Township after a high-scoring first period. Santor had to dive to get that one back. Pate has it. Again, the question is, will this offensive, whoa, look out. That one's headed towards the snack stand. Might have landed in somebody's hot dog as we've got 8:50 left in the second period. Our next ABHA tournament will be on Sunday, April the 19th in either Maple Shade or Medford. Haven't gotten confirmation from our quote-unquote bosses yet who or where that tournament will be, rather. But we do know we'll be there for regionals, wherever that is in late April. We'll be at Belmar Nationals on May the 3rd, rather. Ruoff gets the shot just wide of Santor. This one gets knocked around. Glenn and Connor going at it. Trapped in the corner at the baseline. Glenn carries. Tries to get that one around. Really good stick work that time by Glenn. And again, just really being able to keep that puck, I keep saying puck, keep the ball at such a close distance to the stick without losing it, keeping a laser eye on the ball, being able to move it around. It's just, it's incredibly talented. And again, on a surface like this, it's not a wet surface, it's not a slippery surface, it's not even an icy or cold surface. These are perfect conditions for deck hockey. So the fact that these guys are playing so well today, you can partially thank Mother Nature for why this game has been so good so far. That one gets popped up. Good save by Belmar to prevent that one from going out of bounds as De Palma leapt to save that one. Left side for De Palma. Keeps it onside. Now he's going to shoot from the blue line. No good. Missed it out to the left. Now it's back to Ruoff, who will try to advance for GT. Again, Gloucester Township, a relative newcomer in this ABHA. I don't remember covering them in any tournaments last year with our good friends over at the ABHA, but they have been in both cadet championships this year so far in the preseason. I'm going to have to look back at the preseason. I mean, that game was phenomenal. But it's funny that probably if you were to ask me the best ABHA game that I've covered between this year and last year so far, it would be probably the Egg Harbor tournament, or Mays Landing. No, it was Egg Harbor, 2025. It was Monroe Township and Belmar. Overtime winner for Monroe. And it was a game that had everything. It had sparks flying. It had people in each other's faces. And it had a game like this that started out really strong offensively, and then it slowed down. Had a lot of guys get into a lot of great defensive sets. You saw several minutes where goalie was getting save after save after save. Everything looked great. And then the kid Basilio ended up getting that game winner over in Egg Harbor. I believe that game is in our DWB Classics playlist. If you want to check that out, it's a great, I call it great rainy day content. De Palma on the right side. Back to business here. Here's Connor up the middle. Can't get it to go. Gloucester Township had a great look there to interject at least well enough. De Palma, another shot. Oh my goodness, on his backside, Clement, and there's the goal. That wall was going to crack eventually, and Belmar's tied it back up. Caden Sacamano on the left wing. After 4 shots on goal against Mark Clement, he was getting pelted with those shots. Belmar finally crashed the net enough and incessantly enough to finally knock it down and tie this game up 3-3 with our first goal of the second. Caden Sacamano picks that one up. Third goal scorer of the day for Belmar. They've had 3 unique goal scorers. Gloucester Township, 2 from Jake Glenn, 1 from Drew Hamilton. Refs checking on the goalkeepers, making sure they're ready to go. Hamilton immediately comes out of the face-off steaming. Here comes Ruoff, and we're going to have a quick offside called here. But I do like that momentum that GT carried on that face-off. I mean, they just were right there. That split-second reaction changes so much because on a rink as small as this, again, I'm coming off of a full season of covering ice hockey. You can't make up that much ground on an NHL-sized rink, but on a rink that's probably 80 feet long, if I had to guess, 80 to 90 feet long, maybe a little bit of variance on either side. You can make up a lot of ground, especially when you're on your foot as well. These players, you know, I'm sure that they go for a lot of runs. They have a lot of strength and conditioning, being able to have a lot of this speed with all of this gear on them, the helmet, the pads, the sticks, everything. You know, it's a lot different than being on ice skates. And, I mean, again, that's pretty obvious. You don't need somebody to tell you that deck hockey, it takes a lot of different skills than ice. But Glenn's going to try to spin around. Couldn't get anything comfortable there, so he deflects it off to Ruoff. Santor takes it off the mask. And it'll go back up to center ice, center rink. Lawrence keeping this one fancy in the neutral zone for Hamilton. Waiting on the blue line. Gets it back. Ruoff back to Hamilton. That crease in the goal on the left side was open, but nothing there. A soaring shot lands in the neutral zone on the face-off circle for the offside. And now another turnover. Open space here. 3-2, odd man rush. And that one is saved at the glove by Santino Santor. Yeah, one thing that you have to consider is, you know, for a lot of these players, you have to have a lot of stamina to get this going. I mean, think about it, the quickest players that we have on the rink tonight. One of those guys, Drew Hamilton. You know, that probably involves several miles a day of running, jogging, sprinting, whatever it may have you. And that applies to a lot of different sports as well. You know, whether that kid's a multi-sport athlete, wherever he may play, wherever he may go to school, there's a lot of kids, at least from the ones that I do know on Belmar, like Caden Sacamano. He's a DWB part-time analyst, if you're unaware. He's done some work with us in the past. But at the same time, you know, these kids, not just they are not just ball hockey. They play a lot of different sports, and very admirable that they do that, but keeps these guys in shape, and these guys are blazing quick tonight. That shot by Levi Chiaravoloti goes high, straight over the crossbar of Santor. 5:05 left in the second period here in the final game, at least for our broadcast schedule of the night. I see there are players in blue and white lining up on the left, so they could be waiting for another game on this rink. So that would be a late trip home if that's the case. Game starting at 8 o'clock. Over the middle. Shot missed. I think there was a deflection that time by Watson, and that one clears on the left wing. Goes back to Lawrence. Push from the back by Barth. And again, it wasn't illegal contact, but it was enough to make him lose his grip a little bit and not really have the cleanest of looks. Another handful of shots is just like Lawrence was being pestered on the other side of the rink earlier in this period. We're now seeing the same on the inverse. Santino Santor in some trouble here in a high-scoring affair. Peters lost it. He finds Watson. Peters has it again. Right side. Township had the advantage defensively. And now GT rushing up. Ooh, that was a close call there. That could have been dangerous with those two guys coming in at full speed. Nothing there. Peters, right side. Heller, no good. Back to Hamilton. Puck was loose there on the left side. Lawrence has this one. He's going to clear it. Oh, my goodness. That one is way downtown. That one might have just interrupted Philadelphia International Airport. We've got 3:36 left in the second. As Lawrence, 3:36 left in the second, 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 as Lawrence, 3:36 left in the sec in actual literal terms, that one cleared almost everything out there. All the rows of fans and almost all the trucks and cars in the parking lot as well. But again, that's the intent. You reset the play. Couldn't get anything going that time. Lawrence, the best he could do, if that ball didn't go out of play, probably find something on the other end of the rink. But the best case scenario is this exactly. You get the face off, you get the advantage, and Glenn adds another souvenir to the parking lot. Time stopped with 3:28. Hamilton will be back in the face-off again. Still back behind the goal. Hamilton, a hop, skip, and a jump away. He'll send this one back out to Countryman. Astore, excuse me. Left side, missed it. The goal wide left that time. 3 minutes and counting in the second period. A little bit of contact with Countryman. Pate misses wide right. Back to De Palma. He'll pick this one up. Picking up the pace and keeping the possession alive offensively. Crashing the net. Pate couldn't get it. Whiffed on this first shot. Whiffed on the second shot. And he gets it out. Brody Stollard, number 4, was able to get in there. Now here comes Jake Glenn! Tip your caps to the gentleman from Gloucester Township. It's a hat trick, Jake Glenn. 4-3 Panthers as Glenn lights the lamp 3 times, and that's enough for a lot of electricity in the building. It's 2:34 left in the second. The only goal scorer for the purple and white other than Glenn, Drew Hamilton, in the first period. And after trailing 3-2, after the game was tied by Sacramento, we've got a brand new ball game, 4-3. Popped up over the middle. Here in West Deptford, New Jersey. Riverwinds Golf Course and Athletic Complex. Everyone on the course is finishing up their tee times, but these guys just getting started on the rinks. There's Peters. That shot got blocked and it got deflected. That will go out of play behind Peters. And oh boy, looking at the other game, zooming in on that scoreboard, how about 3 players on penalty? That's oof. Whatever game's going on over there must have a lot of fireworks. 2:03 left in the second. Connor, way downtown, just couldn't get it there. Back behind the net. Heath has it. Heath in a Belmar sandwich. He'll get out of it. It'll go back to Ruoff, right side. This one rolls along the bench. No ice, says the referee. Yackel trying to work around Sleater, and really not really working around him now. Sleater loses his stick. Just kind of merciless at that time. Now it's Connor, left side. Getting the attack from above. Here comes Connor. Shoots. Saved. Mark Lawrence. Great save by the goalkeeper, Mark Clement, And a 4-3 Gloucester Township lead is retained. Here with a minute and change left in the second period. This broadcast is brought to you by our friends over at the Dangerous Adrenaline Wrestling Gladiators, or DAWG Pro Wrestling, New Jersey's premier pro wrestling organization with high-flying events and nonstop entertainment throughout the Garden State. Visit DAWGProWrestling.com for more information, or visit them at their next event on Saturday, April the 4th at South Jersey Geek Fest in Gloucester Township. Minute and 5 left in the second, working around the right side. Can't get anything there. It'll go back to pardon, it'll go back to Yackel, Logan Yackel, number 44. Peters blocked. Peters had the first goal of the game. He's now on his knees. Hamilton takes advantage, and it's Glenn. Glenn's already got a hat trick to his name, but he's got more steps as he wipes out. That one goes out with 40.2 on the clock. It's not the first time we've seen somebody take a spill over in the neutral zone. I mean, that's something we see obviously more often when it's raining, just like it was during the preseason tournament. Gonna wait for an ice, and we do. 34 rather. Face-off coming the other way here at the tail end of the second. Should note there is some rain passing over the area at this time, hitting a lot of Central and North Jersey and New York. So those folks we saw in the other game at the New York Storm are going to be driving through a middle of a storm when they get back to Long Island. And an offside there. Just kind of an incidental there. A lot of momentum going into the blue line. Hamilton just overstepped a little bit. Somebody was going to overstep no matter what, really. And it's 17.9 on the clock. From the neutral circle, that one is deep, and Hamilton takes another slap shot into the next county. Out of bounds with 15.4. Back at it with 15 seconds. Belmar with the possession. Connor lets it fly. Block drops it down. It's Heller. Now back to Hamilton. 3 seconds. Gloucester Township. They'll let it fly. And wow, if that one went in, it would have been in with maybe 0.2 of a second left. But he misses high and tight to Santor. And at the end of the second period, this good game just keeps getting better. And it's 4-3, Gloucester Township after 2. We'll take one more break, and then that's that's almost going to be the end of the day here in ABHA at West Deptford. I'm Dan Wilkins. We'll be back in just a moment. 4-3, GT. Scoreboard says it all back here from Riverwinds Golf Course and Athletic Complex in West Deptford, New Jersey. I'm Dan Wilkins of Dan Wilkins Broadcasting. It's a 4-3 ball game. Still anybody's game. It's been so back and forth here for the final game of our night. Again, like we said, I'm 99% sure there is another game after this because there were some gentlemen in blue and white that were lining up alongside us. So they'll be waiting for the finale of this one as an immediate shot against Santor gets saved at the knee pads. Peters lets it fly. 2/3 of the way down the floor. Here comes Heller, and it's saved by Clement with 9:45 on the clock. But if you missed the opening to this game, we saw 4 goals in the first 4 minutes of the game, including one maybe 20 seconds in. Jake Glenn has a hat trick. It's just the second hat trick in ABHA, I should say, in ABHA coverage that we've had on DWB. The other one was scored, can't remember the name, but it was a gentleman on the Beavers for Marlton. Again, I can't remember his name. It was last year over at Mays Landing. But 9:30 left in the third period. So again, angles and precision has been what this game has been about. You know, it's whether you're guarding the right place at the right time. These guys have been very high octane in terms of the speed and in terms of the defense. These players are not afraid to hit each other. They're not afraid to make a lot of contact. And when these players start getting together and this intensity starts rising, you're going to see a fun finish. Moving around for Peters. Gets it to DePalma. Dominic DePalma on the right side, guarded with distance by Glenn. DePalma taking his time. Again, I'm a little bit surprised Belmar's taking this mellow approach, but maybe not for long. Oh, that was so close. Heller just missed wide left. And it'll be returned back to Landon Astor. Astor fakes the backhand. Goes back behind the net. Pate guarding him. DePalma over the middle, too high. Good trap there as DePalma comes out with it. Goes back behind the blue line, out towards the center. Good save by Clement. On a deep shot by Brody Connor. He's taken a lot of those tonight, and no icing. Possession stays alive. Lawrence, left side. Over the middle, Glenn, too high. Off the top of the fence. Oh, couple players taking a spill. See who takes advantage of the miscue. Now looking for the wraparound. Fading with the ball back behind the net. It goes back to Glenn in the face-off circle on the left wing. Shot got blocked. Deflected by Peters there, and kind of nonchalant how that all happened. Here comes Connor. Again, these guys down by a goal, really taking their time here. They're not going to have a lot of opportunities with how fierce the speed is that Gloucester Township has. If I'm Belmar, I think and maybe there's a reason why I'm not a hockey coach, but here comes DePalma, no good. I do like the fact they're getting a little bit more aggressive now. This should be a good possession here. Got a delayed penalty coming. And it's going to be for the Czech. That's our first penalty of the game. So it'll be a penalty against Belmar. It gives Gloucester Township a minute 30 of a 5-on-4 advantage. But if you ask me, if you told me before the game that it would take until 7:12 left in the third period to see our first penalty of the game, I wouldn't have believed you. But there you go. And it takes 2 full periods and 3 minutes of change to see our first for the illegal check. Glenn taking his time on the right side now that GT's got the advantage. So our first power play of the game, and now turning the tables is Peters. 2-on-1, Heath has the defense, took a shot from way out. I don't hate it. I respect the shot. And now Gloucester Township has it. Again, I think Belmar here, you're going to come out of the penalty. They're already down 30 seconds here. They're going to have a minute left. as Heath doesn't get that one to go. You're going to have 5:40 on the clock when this power play runs out for Gloucester Township, and then you're going to really have to, pick your battles, pick your enemies, if you will, as these guys are going to try to get back into this game down by 1. No icing. Clement will leave the goal to pick it up. He goes to his right. It'll go back to Glenn. Again, Glenn, the star of the show. Every single time he's picked up the ball today, it almost feels like a shootout. He's starting slow. Now he's heating up. Goes back and forth here. Glenn at the center. Goes back to Chiarvoli, and he scores! Power play executed perfectly. Drew Hamilton gets the 1-2 punch, and again, that's exactly why that play was designed. Glenn ran up the middle, took his time, then he found Chiarvoli, but that shot came out, and Hamilton was right there, found an open crease on the left wing, and Gloucester Township has a 5-3 lead, further extending their cushion here in the Cadet Championship of the Riverwinds Cup here in West Deptford. Fantastic play by Gloucester Township. And again, we talked about at the Beaver game, we talked about the entire game, that game between EHT, Egg Harbor, and the New York Storm, how good the defense was in that game. The defense has still been good in this game. And, it's one of those things where you can have your cake and eat it too, where, yes, 8 goals can be scored in this game, but you can still have some praise, you can still have some love for the defense. Because when you talk about how high scoring this game is, it's really mostly because of speed. Here comes Lawrence. It goes through the legs of Santor, and he scores! How about Bryce Lawrence? And Gloucester Township, who was hanging on the ropes for all of the third period, just needed a power play to get ahead, and they now lead by 3. With 5:34 left in the final period of this one, or at least of regulation, we'll have a timeout called by the Bears. We'll take a quick break. We've got 5 minutes and change left. Gloucester Township 6, Belmar 3. Coming back from the timeout, this broadcast is brought to you by Rowan College of South Jersey at Gloucester. New Jersey's premier community college with over 150 associate's degree programs to get yourself a diploma at the fraction of the cost. Registration is open for shortened terms in the spring, but registration is also open for summer courses and the fall. Visit rcsj.edu for more information. That one gets knocked off the back of, it looked like that was, couldn't tell who that was, but it deflected off of a GT player, it was a store. And now Connor's going to race this one. Refs say no whistle. Connor with Hamilton trekking behind him. It's back to Sacamano. He has the most recent goal for Belmar, which came 4 minutes into the second period. They've been on what many would call a drought, especially for Belmar's standard. That'll go to Connor on the left side. Walsh to Peters. Peters, again, some fantastic stick work. Kind of got somewhat of a screen from Sacamano, and now Gloucester Township gets it. Belmar on the ropes down to the last 5 minutes here in the Cadet Championship of the Riverwinds Cup. 2 local teams that don't exactly like each other's company going at it tonight. This game was 3-2 at the end of the first period, and that's a deep shot. Sacamano, I think, got that shot blocked or deflected in one way or another. And it'll go back to Slater. Slater up the right side. This one's deep. It'll miss wide. And no whistle as Connor runs up on this one. But only 1 penalty in the game. For how physical and defensive it's been, I'll give both of these teams credit. It's been clean. when there's a save, these guys aren't piling up on each other in the goal crease, because that happens so many times. You know, you basically start a book club on top of the goalkeeper. And, you know, listen, always a fan of sportsmanship, always a fan of seeing these guys compete, but with sportsmanship in mind, and that's always a fantastic precedent to set. As, again, you know, everybody told me last year, oh, if you see Monroe and Belmar, watch out, something could happen. But none of the games that we saw any major issues. You know, working with the ABHA for the second year now, seeing a little bit of a corner turn, at least in my experience. There may have been things that I haven't seen, but in the games that I've had my cameras rolling for, we've seen some great ball games, and I can't really name any that have had major issues in terms of unsportsmanlike issues. 3:45 left in the third. Gloucester Township holding on to a generous 3-goal lead. 2 goals for Drew Hamilton, 3 for Jake Glenn, and 1 from Bryce Lawrence. Here comes Chiaravolotti. De Palma up the middle. It's Heller, who's back on the rink for the first time in a long time. Definitely had a long break on that shift. It'll go back to Heller. Pate on the left side. Pate almost got that one past Clement. Man down, it goes back to Pate. He turns around, lets it fly, and that one did not have the angle that he wanted. That one, he wanted to send that one straight away, but he angled it on an odd part of the stick, and he ended up pulling the ball, and it ends up going out of play on the inner side, over towards the Wooder Ice, whatever thing is over there, with 3:02. We'll have another face-off from the offside circle. Heller and Hamilton. Hamilton, a master of that face-off. He's able to emerge through it almost every single time. Almost had that one for De Palma. Again, and now the net is empty. Net is empty for Belmar with 3 minutes left in the game. Desperation time. Do whatever you can to win the Riverwinds. Glenn, 3 today. He's going to look for 4, and he's got it from way downtown. With 2:32 remaining, Jake Glenn with a 4 spot. And it's now 7-3 as Gloucester Township. I did not think that the game was going to be like this at the end of the first period. Gloucester Township putting their foot down and putting on a dominant show, as Santor will go back into the goalkeeper's slot with 2 minutes and 32 seconds on the board here in our final game of the evening. Up the right side. Barr's trying to get through. Yeah, there's got to be at least another game going on this rink, I would have to imagine. But Sacamano, left side. Glenn has it again, but this time he's got a man in goal. Glenn able to get it past Peters. Glenn has possession, takes it, backhands, no good, taken up by Jackson Walsh, or rather by Yackel. Moves it over the middle. Hamilton slaps, blocked. Sacramento's got it on the first blue line. 2 minutes left in the ball game. 4-goal lead. We've got a delayed penalty coming. They're telling him not to touch it. Just hold on here. That'll stop play with 1:42. Who's this going to be on? Didn't really see it. It's going to be on Gloucester Township. So Belmar had a power play. Now GT will have a power play. Well, other way around. Let's say that. Let's say that. Other way around. Belmar is going to have their first power play of the evening. Gloucester Township had one in the second period. And I guess with this being a 7-3 lead, I'm kind of glad that we're not on the other rink that is now going into a second overtime. whoever's playing down there. Oh my goodness. There's like a swarm of people lined up over there. And we're going to have another, I don't know what's going on here. I think they just had an ejection here. They just threw out Barth of Belmar. So in a game that is more or less decided, Belmar has a little bit of an emotional issue. And that will send us into a 4-on-4 for 1:10, and then a very brief power play will ensue for Gloucester Township with 20 seconds, or for 20 seconds rather. And that's actually going to bring us to the end of the game anyway, because they're gonna let it go. They're going to decide that this game will be called early. I guess they're worried about maybe something that could brew at the end, and also the timing of this game as well. A lot of things running behind in today's affairs. But 7-3 will be the final, and Gloucester Township picks up the Cadet title in the Riverwinds Cup with a 4-goal performance by Jake Glenn. Fantastic performance by Jake Glenn. First time in hockey coverage on DWB, whether it's ice or ball hockey, that we will see a 4-goal game as Gloucester Township feels rather anticlimactic, but I think that the referees maybe were concerned about something that was said, or something that could have been said down the line, or something that could have brewed down the line. We were just talking about the sportsmanship, and they decided to cut the wires right there and end this one in a 7-3 final in favor of Gloucester Township. So your 3 champions from today's coverage in the Penguin Division: Egg Harbor Township defeated Belmar 5-3. And the Beaver Division, New York Storm defeated the Egg Harbor Phantoms by a score of 3-1. And in the third and final game of the evening, Gloucester Township and the Panthers defeat the Belmar Bears by a score of 7-3. That'll be all for us tonight on Dan Wilkins Broadcasting, with the game called with 1:16 on the board. We will have our next broadcast on Monday, March 23rd, down in Cumberland County at the famous Alden Field for non-conference baseball. Yes, high school baseball is finally back. It's the Wildwood Warriors and the Bridgeton Bulldogs, with myself and Rowan's own David Cohen on the call. That'll be all for us tonight. Final score 7 for Gloucester Township, 3 for Belmar. We'll see you tomorrow. And if you're an ABHA person, we'll see you on April 19th in Maple Shade. Have a good one, folks.